Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So, we're back in Space Engineers. We have our beautiful little ship here, which has been serving us quite nicely for quite a while. But it needs to be changed out because we need something a little bit more robust. Need something that's going to be able to tackle our problem a little bit better. And I need to be able to move some of these components around, make them safer. The biggest thing is these batteries, which just had an idea. Let's save this real quick. I need a couple of mods, and I just realized it as I'm sitting here. I'm like, I have a way around this. So first of all, once everything gets loaded, the first mod that I need is the advanced welding mod so that I can get weld pads. The other one that I need is the one where I can hold on to objects. So that way I could pick up the batteries and move them away. Advanced welding. And where is it? Oh, hell, what is it even called? I don't remember. I don't think it's this far. List. Nope. It is. Nope, not that far. And I know as soon as I see it, I'm going to be like, oh yeah, it's that one. But basically, it's the one where you can hold on to stuff. Shoot. And I know I have two versions of it. I have the regular one, and then I have the experimental version. Wherefore art thou thingy that I'm looking for? I already have it. Yep. Okay, what is it called? Improvised. Thank you. And there it is, right there. Right at the bottom of that list. Um, I guess I'll take. I don't really know. Open in workshop. Let's look real quick. Buff version. This is the experimentation section of my mod. Here's the main version. Yeah, I was looking at that. Why did that take me to Ares at War? That's not what I wanted. I swear. You know, ever since I tried doing Ares at War, my stupid Steam overlay has been stuck on that. There we go. Buffed version for creative mode use. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so that's the one. The one I want is that one. Okay. These two are going to be absolutely essential to what I need to do because of the fact that, again, I need to move the batteries around so that they're in a better position. And on top of that, since we're basically, it's kind of like a scrapyard challenge in a way, this is probably going to wind up being the best overall way of handling things. Oh, that's good. Okay. Anytime now. Of course, I'm definitely loading it up at this point, so it's reaching back to the 4,000 mod stage. So gotta watch out for that. Okay. Anytime now. All right, there we go. So now what I need is I don't have any construction components. Okay, let's fix that. There, there. Because what I want is I want to put one of these underneath so that I can catch that battery when I grind it off. There we go. And we can just move this off to the side, sort of. There we go. That works beautifully. Okay. So what I need to do is wow. That was beautiful. Right through the hole. Let's grind a bunch of this stuff down. Awesome. I think that's the first time that I've really used that particular mod for grinding down parts and replacing them. Or I should say moving them. Okay. Let's get this moved out. Where's the other card? There it is. And don't need, well, let's go ahead, pop that off, clear this out. Don't need the parachute hatch at the moment. Honestly, I could just go ahead and grind all this down. Now that I know I can go ahead and move the, yeah, I can go ahead and remove the batteries. I don't have to worry about them now. Because that was one of my biggest concerns, was being able to reproduce the batteries. But since that's not a concern anymore, and I don't have to worry about rebuilding the batteries, I can just pop them out and move them. We can go ahead and do a full teardown on this. And I'll just work backwards to get this battery out. And in that way, we can rebuild the whole thing better and stronger and faster. Oh my. That's a bit weird, but okay. Oh, that's right. I had it unlocked. Or I had them locked. Okay. And I am 100% go get that signal here in just a second. Wanted to give it a little bit of time to go ahead and land. There we go. Okay. Let's go pick it up. Whee! All right. But what have we got? Rainbow grinder. Yay. Oh, some extra iron ore. Or iron ingots. Nice. Oh, that one. Yes, that is. We're saving that one for later. All right, that one's saved. That is just because the sad part is I can absolutely hear that in my head as part of the Daft Punk song. And yes, you're 100% right. Sometimes AI is not the enemy. Sometimes it is a really useful tool. There we go. Go. And we get some extra metal grids out of this. Perfect. Slit. Oh, the mountains over there. Okay. But yeah, like just reading the first few lines of that, I was like, oh yeah, I hear that. I hear that song. What's really sad is that my favorite Daft Punk song is actually Robot Rock. And I don't know exactly what it is about that song that I enjoy as much as I do, but just something about it tickles my brain just right. Oh God. Oh God, that one just sounds special. Oh. That one's good too. Okay. Let's actually drop down here. Ease up. Don't remember if I did or not. I don't think I did. Then again, I no, I didn't watch the movie. I know I've seen the videos, but I haven't seen the actual full movie. Yeah. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, I'll take a look at it later. There we go. Now we can get some real work done here. Not like we couldn't before, but we definitely can now. Oops. There goes that block. I will also say that Daft Punk has created one of my favorite soundtracks. Amongst my favorite. My very favorite soundtrack is probably going to have to be Last of the Mohicans. I used to write roleplay to that for hours because it was so good. But the Tron Legacy soundtrack, absolutely amazing. And to see that Nine Inch Nails is doing the soundtrack for Tron Ares actually gives me hope. Hey, what's up, Spectre? Let's finish this ground down. Go. Sure. Oh, yeah. Look, all this stuff that just got shoved into the cockpit. Excellent. Now let's finish pulling this apart and kind of take stock of the components that we have available. Which we actually should have. Oh, there goes another part. We should actually have quite the amount of components and parts to work with, primarily because we have, well, destroyed so many. Let's see. Ooh, another piece of candy. Oh, damn it. Noticed it too late. I think what I might do is actually go ahead and leave the front intact and work off this. Get rid of the spotlights. Okay, let's get rid of the other spotlight. You and you. The only thing I'm missing is the bulletproof glass. Okay. And there we go. So, I think that'll act as a good sort of starting point that we can then build off of and go from there. Because then what I can always do is, once I get the back end finished, being put back in place and rebuilding that, then I can always detach it from the base, scooch it back, and then we can rebuild the front. Because what I would like to do is actually put, if I have the parts for it, I would like to put a couple of fixed Gatling guns on the front. And that way, as I'm coming in, I can do a strafing run on it and do attacks that way. Yeah, that could work. Womp womp. Like, I kind of figured I wasn't going to get anything. Hey, more nickel. Finally. Honestly, that's kind of what I'm after right now, is just nickel at this point. So anytime I can get more of it, yay. More of that. And motors. God, do I need more motors. You don't really realize just how many motors you wind up going through until you can't actually build any. And then you realize, well, shit, I need a ton of them. There we go. Let's drop you off here. Cool. Love how it keeps trying to put stuff in there. One of the other things that I should probably do for giggles is programmable block. Let's get this put in here, and then we will. Edit, browse scripts, disease, check code. And let's just go ahead and let Izzy's work. There we go. Not perfect, but better than it could be. And awesome. Alrighty. So what we have here is I have apparently the need to recharge. We'll just do it in here. This way I can recharge my hydrogen the same time I'm recharging my power, since we're still connected to the base. There we go. So I want to grab, not that. Let's grab some steel plates, some more interior plates, and some components. What I need is, yeah, we'll do that. Actually, no, we won't do that. Just realized. Because I will do the O2H2 generator. Yep, right there. So we'll just do it directly off the back of the cockpit. Yeah, because that'll help kind of keep things streamlined. But that also makes it, because they're going to be shooting directly at me anyway. So instead, what I'll do is we will go ahead and do a couple of those. We'll do the armored ones instead. So that way, if they get shot, it won't be that big of a problem. Okay, there we go. Then I can go ahead and see about putting in the ore detector here. You know, honestly, no, we're got to do this differently. I just realized, because this is still all considered part of the escape pod. So if anything happens to it, or if anything happens to me, so let's just go ahead. I have a feeling I'm going to need to remove a lot of this anyway, or change up a lot of this. Make sure I didn't put anything in there. Bye. And disconnect. Have been disconnected. Okay. Now that that's taken care of, go ahead and actually. Wait. I might want to keep this for now. Until I figure out how this is all going to get laid out. Oops. Yeah, that'll work for now. All right. So, new situation. I need a connection point. Let's do rotor here. Get rid of that. Add small. And then rotor lock it. Ah. That works better. So that, yeah, that'll be fine. Because now I can at least, if I need to, build it so that I can connect it to this. So what I want to do is, at the very least, do a conveyor junction there. Yeah. Yes, that will do. I will probably wind up needing to reposition this slightly anyway, but at least for now, I can run. If I do a line, what if I do a line? Said everybody in the 80s. Let's see, switch lock. Switch lock. You know what? I think I'm going to leave the rotor there just in case I need to reattach it somehow. But let's go ahead. Need some motors. Wow, all of a sudden I have a ton of motors. And there we go. Next up, I need a better component, which I want to use that one, or I could use the flush cockpit. I could use the cab cockpit. Let's use the cab. I think that's just going to work out better anyway. Of course. Here we go. No. The DLC primarily is going to give you additional blocks to work with, but in and of itself, you don't have to have the DLC. And in fact, in a lot of cases, what can happen is if, let's say, you have a friend that you're playing with and you're playing multiplayer, obviously, if you're playing with a friend, and they have all the DLC, they can go ahead and use or build all the DLC stuff, and you would still be able to interact with the DLC blocks. But you don't have to have. One of the things that Keen does is whenever they release a DLC, it'll actually have two parts. It'll have a free component that gets added to the base game as an update. And usually that's things like gameplay mechanics. Or anything that is going to radically alter Space Engineers in meaningful ways. And then you will have the blocks, which are primarily decorative. Now, in some cases, they do have blocks that add a tiny little bit of functionality or are slightly different. But generally speaking, no, you don't have to. Which is nice. I think a lot of people appreciate that. No, this is very definitely a much smaller game. It's one of those where you have a specific star system. So there's only so many planets, there's only so many moons, and they are always where they're at. There's no real discovery, and it's very much an open ended sandbox game in that respect. There's no missions or storyline that you're really following. However, that being said, if you're playing on PC, there are mods that you can download that are modded planets, as well as a mod that will allow you to add those in and randomly generate a new star system based off of those planets. So there are ways to give yourself random planets, but there's nothing discoverable like No Man's Sky. In fact, really the only thing that No Man's Sky and Space Engineers have in common is the base building and space flight, and that's about it, and rovers. But in this, you build the rovers, you build the ships, you build the base, everything you build basically, or you can buy them. I guess Starfield would be a good analogy, since it is a static star system. Honestly, at this point in time, it is still a great investment, great idea. Keen are still supporting Space Engineers 1, even though they do have Space Engineers 2 on the way. Space Engineers 1 is a good game to get, and it's fun. Oof, yeah. No Man's Sky definitely upgraded a little bit, that's for certain. Nope, not those. Let's do the T junction. And then elbow. C junction. That one there. Space Engineers 2 at this point in time is quite literally just a creative mode sandbox. You get some parts, you get either a completely blank open void of space to work with, or you can use one of the pre-built asteroid fields. But other than that, it is very early access, primarily tech demo. Not to say that there's anything wrong with it, but it is not, at this point, a game. Also, as optimized as it is, I don't think if your old laptop can't run No Man's Sky, you're probably not going to have a good time with Space Engineers 2. But that's just one of those things that's going to happen anyway as time progresses. Hell, you may have a devil of a time running Space Engineers 1 sometimes. However, the future of Space Engineers is definitely looking up. Awesome. Like, Space Engineers 2 looks like it's going to be really, really good once it reaches that point where it does, once it reaches the point where it is actually more fleshed out. One of the biggest things that they are working on for Space Engineers 2 is they are going to be adding more PvE, more story, more survival aspects to it, which will be nice. Come here, unknown signal. Oh, absolutely. It really kind of depends on what you are looking for out of a game overall. Now, Space Engineers is one of those that very definitely relies heavily on, at least initially, it relies very heavily on your ability to create your own fun. Yay, leopard drill. But at the same time, Space Engineers is one of those. It's a weird sort of game. And the reason why I say it's a weird sort of game is because, on one hand, it is a game about building stuff, building ships, building rovers, building bases, that sort of thing. But on the other hand, you can, if you play it right, not build anything at all. With a little bit of work, a little bit of piracy, or just understanding how the trade system works, you can actually either steal everything that you need, or thank you, you can purchase everything you need. Yeah, there is an economy that you can utilize, so that way you can trade resources. You can get contracts that you can fulfill, things like that. Not quite like EVE Online. Definitely not like EVE. Trust me on that one. As a 20-plus year veteran of EVE Online, not even close. It's more like you go up to a kiosk and it'll have a list of items that they'll buy and a list of items that they sell. And that's as into it as they get. Now, the more items you sell to them within that amount, the price will change, if I remember correctly. But it is very rudimentary. It is not super complicated. Well, no. Because that's one of the other things, is that Space Engineers doesn't really have NPCs. And that thing, because it does, but it does. It's so weird. Okay. Space Engineers has NPC factions, but there is no actual NPCs that you are interacting with. So you're not going to see anybody walking around stations or flying the ships directly. You will see NPC ships. So you will see like pirates, or you'll see, in this case, what do we have here? Like mystic artisans, righteous settlers. You'll see these guys flying around periodically, or you'll come across their bases. But there is no NPC characters like No Man's Sky. So you're going to run into that situation where it feels kind of empty. That's another thing that they're going to be taking care of in Space Engineers 2. However, there will be certain blocks, and anything that is in the game is considered a block. So, for instance, like this computer here, this programmable block, would be an interactable block, because I can walk up to it, I can interact with it, that sort of thing. Oh man, don't even get me started on AAA versus not AAA. But that aside, what you do have is things like there will be a store block, there will be a contracts block. The store allows you to do the buying and the selling. So if, let's say, I come into my inventory and I grab, I grab a whole bunch of these cobalt ingots, and I have, let's say, 1,000 with me, and I go to the store, I can sell that for a certain amount of credits. And then from there, I can then go to like the ships block. And if I have enough credits, I can go ahead and buy a ship. And that ship just becomes mine. At that point, it's my ship. I own it. And I can do with whatever I want with that ship. If I want to grind the whole damn thing down and use all the parts for something else, I can. If I want to fly around with it and go raid pirate bases, I can. It doesn't matter. It's mine at that point. Which is cool. You know what? That T-junction. I want this. It's too far. Yeah, I want that one. No! I need construction components. Oh my god, learn how to spell cruise. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can switch to third person. I just prefer first person because it does make it easier. At least when I'm doing work and stuff like this, I prefer it because it's a little bit easier to see where the blocks are at and what you're doing. Now, when you're in the ship, when you're in a ship, third person generally tends to work better because it's easier to see where everything is when you're docking and stuff like that. Okay. So there goes that. Right now I'm playing solo. I am playing with a lot of mods. And so because of that, it just works better if I'm playing solo. And I prefer playing solo anyway. That's like just personal preference for me. I know a lot of people love playing multiplayer. Okay, let's see about. No, I won't. I won't come across to anybody in the game. At least no living humans. Now, assuming, of course, they're still there, about 20 kilometers that direction is a pirate salvage base that I do hopefully plan to attack and destroy and salvage from. So there's that. But as far as actual people, no, I won't run across any. Let's see. Let's add to H2 generator. Now that is a behemoth. Also modded. The hardest thing in this game. Well, it depends on it really kind of depends. I would say for some people, the hardest thing in this game is building a working flying ship. Some people do have problems with that. For some people, it's building a working rover. If you're talking about things in terms of gameplay, there are, kind of see it right there, that orange thing called an unidentified signal. What those are encounters with NPCs, with an NPC faction called Factorum. And essentially, they're mini installations that you need to attack, but you don't want to destroy it entirely. What you need to be able to do is to remove the defenses of the installation so that you can steal from it these pieces called prototech. Because you can't normally build prototech equipment, you have to steal it. And then once you steal it, you then have to attach it to your ship somehow. So in a lot of cases, that would probably be considered the hardest thing in the game. But there are ways to make it even more difficult through mods. You can do what's called modular encounters, which allows you to add enemy or allied factions to the game. Two of the hardest being the Reavers. If you're familiar with Firefly, that's the Reavers from Firefly. Or Orcs from Warhammer 40k. Both of them are huge pains in the ass. And they are very good at what they do. Lab. Ooh. Me like you. Yes, oh god, the corrupted. Corrupted can suck a bag of dicks. I hate the corrupted so much. What is that? No, that's still 5x5. Okay. Wait, is that? Yeah, it is. I just have it off center. Okay. Oh, it's one of the factions. They're called Corrupted. And so the Corrupted have a couple of units that are a huge pain in the ass. One of their units can actually hack your vehicles and your bases and cause your equipment to start malfunctioning. And it is a huge pain in the ass to fix it. But it makes it interesting. Let's see. Question is, do I really want to do any hydrogen-based stuff on here? Ooh. Okay. That's cool. Oh, man. Now my coffee is empty. But I like the look of that. That is cool. Okay. So we have all right, Brockstar. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see. We can do the modular on either side. Yeah, I would have to do the modular on either side. And then let's put catwalk there. And there. Aha. Now we're getting somewhere. So the next thing I want to do is figure out where to put the batteries. I could probably get one of the batteries. No, 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 no. Nope, nope. Oh, no. It's gonna be a pain to get that back out. All right, we'll just have to come down here. Under. Maybe I can just drag it up like this. There we go. Okay, that's better. All right, so what I need is weld pads. Let's see. Put those there. Oh, better idea. Instead of putting armor in there, put let's see, put Ruster in there. On that side. Because that's the perfect space for an atmospheric thruster. And it keeps it kind of nice and tucked in to the rest of the ship. Specifically, let's do 2 there. 2 there. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. And we're going to go get that unknown signal. Not with the ship, though. It's not ready to fly. There we go. Okay. Let's go pick it up. Because, and the reason why these unknown signals are currently incredibly important for us is because of the fact that they are, as far as my gameplay challenge goes, our only source of parts. Now, ordinarily, if you've never played the game, what you would wind up doing is drilling underground for resources, refining those resources into ingots, and then using the ingots to produce the parts. That is the gameplay loop. Yay, another drill. Oh, I should probably actually check what's in here. Yay, a plushie. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yes. Yeah, here, let me... Honestly, the terraforming in this game is actually really well done. I can terraform to my heart's content. I can drill out massive caverns or just small little holes in the ground. In fact, one of my earlier playthroughs from last year, actually longer than that, I think now, I actually went ahead and was able to build a machine. I actually had to rebuild this machine several times, but I was able to build a machine that self-drilled through a mountain for 2 kilometers. Because what I needed was a tunnel that would get through the mountain. There was a regular way that I could go around the mountain the entire way, but it was like 20 some odd kilometers of driving to do that. Or I could just drill through 2 kilometers of mountain, make a tunnel and an elevator, and get through it. So yes, there is lots of terraforming that is possible in this. It is one of the joys of space engineers. There we go. Get some more metal grids out of that. The other nice thing, and this is definitely something that Space Engineers has over No Man's Sky, is that you can fly directly from the ground to space to another planet, and there are no loading screens. And you can build anywhere in between those spots. So I could build, theoretically, I could build a tower all the way up into space from here. And then be able to travel up and down that tower to a station up there if I wanted to, and then launch into space and go off through space to another planet. Now, of course, there are technical limitations because you can only build so much before the game really starts giving you shit. But and it's also based off of how decent your hardware is. The more you build, the more demand it does put on your hardware. But theoretically, there is currently no limit. Now, if you are playing multiplayer, there will be limits. There is what's called a PCU limit. And basically, it is every item in the game has a PCU amount. So, basic armor blocks are like 1 or 2. A cockpit, maybe like 5. Weapons or interactive parts like drills, looking at a much higher PCU count. And that count will go towards your personal limit, your personal amount, total. And once you reach that total, you won't be able to add anything more. Right. Yeah, and you're right, Spectre. Like that, the limit, the actual hard limit for the engine, it's ridiculously high. Because even the base that I made through the mountain really wasn't hitting that limit for quite a while. So I need more ice. Okay, let's get these done. Hey, what's up, Matt? And, well, ordinarily you can't create ground boxes. However, that being said, there's a mod for that. Plus, if you're in creative mode, you can create them. Now, that's something that I really would like to see them do for Space Engineers 2, is create a way to turn either stone or gravel or some other substrate back into voxel filler of some sort through a tool. Because I think that would be really awesome to have at our disposal creatively. I'm also thinking let's do well, technically yes, but honestly I wouldn't think of it as being able to do that much work. I would love to see it less of, hey, look, I'm building my own asteroid, and more, I am filling in holes or gaps in the area around where I've built. And especially with a loss on returned uh, resources. So, for instance, if you're mining stone and recycle that or convert it, refine it down into various minerals, the amount of gravel you get back from that is actually super tiny. So, if you're turning that gravel into then placeable concrete or rock or whatever, you're going to get back a very small or tiny amount. Jesus. And so, in that particular case, if you wanted to build your own asteroid, you would potentially be looking at having to destroy or mine maybe 10, 20, 30 other asteroids just to get there, which would then make it a lot more balanced. Yes, do this. Yay. Parts. I like parts. Okay, I'm getting tired of this music constantly changing every 5 seconds. Audio. Use contextual music. Go away. I don't see a problem either. I'm just saying that I don't see it as being a thing where everybody's going to be doing it all the time. Oh no! You little bastards. Ah. It is such a pain looking for the sweet spots for these. It's like you're either too close or you're too far away. There's very rarely a where you're like dead on. But yeah, like I would like to see them add the ability to add stone or rock, whatever, back into, add voxel material back into it. And especially, again, at a loss to resources. So it's not a one-to-one, you pick up a whole bunch of rock and put it back out, because that would make it a little OP. I think like a 10-to-1 or 20-to-1 ratio would be good. Because, okay, that'll be cool too. And I think that'll actually be really, like a gravity gun for the purposes of building, honestly feels like a good idea. That just feels like a must-have tool. Go. I can drop off the credits. All right, let's. Yeah, let's get these done. Oh. Okay. Looks like there's a hot fix for Space Engineers 1. Probably the usual sort of, we fix these crashes, we fix these bugs, blah, blah, blah. Let's get these two parts. And I just need to add the batteries. But I need to first add attachment points for said batteries. Go. And get a computer for that one. Yeah. Like I said, didn't think it was going to be too much because one thing I've noticed is Keen is actually really good at their updates and whatnot. That is the wrong way. Oh, come on. That is also the wrong way. Where the let's see if I can. Oh, whoops. Ha 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 ha! Score! I don't know. I know there is a small version of the lab H2O2 generator or O2H2 generator because that's it right there. But I don't know if they've made. Gosh darn it. Okay. Let's find out, shall we? O2H2 generator. Okay, yeah. Does not look like it has yet. That is absolutely badass looking. Okay, so got that set. me, computer. You. Awesome. Yeah, sometimes it is a little tough to tell what's a mod and what's just a normal block, just because there's just so many good modelers out there these days. And they do such an amazing job. Okay. Let's see if we can get this one up here. Come on. Yes! Score! We've got both batteries on there now. Okay, that is... It takes a little bit of work, but once you get it on there... Okay, yes! There goes 2 of our batteries. That is what I was after. Next up, you're probably going to want at least 2 more of those. Let's grab those 4. And I'm going to stick with the small ones right now, only because of the fact that I don't know if I have enough parts for the large ones. I do know that I have enough parts for the small ones, though, so we've got that covered. Now, the other thing that I want to consider is the fact that I need this to be slightly armored. Actually, instead of trying to fly up there like an idiot. I want to put a couple of rings here. And I want turrets. Rocket turret. Turret. Thank you. Yes, I have to grab it with my hand, which is fine. Nope. And there we go. Okay, that's better. So let's get that and that. God, I love the jetpack. There we go. Let's build our Gatling turrets. Screw you, I have all the computers I need. There we go. this way. Build some armor across the top here. And that will help protect the hydrogen tank that I have dead center of the ship. Because that's the other thing, is that I have to make sure that I can protect this against drones as well. Since I will be getting attacked by drones. Or at least one that I'm aware of, possibly more. But let's get a connecting piece in there. And in here. Alright, I'm going to take a quick AFK because I need to refill my water. Wait. Yeah, a little stolen base here. Definitely turning out to be something interesting. So, like I said, I'm going to take a quick AFK, go grab myself some water and a snack. I shall be back in just a few. Alrighty, we are back. Go. Okay, so we have 4 thrusters.
Welcome back.
Excuse me, 8. Thank you. We have 8 thrusters now pointing down. That will definitely fulfill weight requirements while dry. That's okay.
Welcome back.
Thanks. I need... Let's see. That's not where I wanted you to be. It's not the block that I wanted. That's the block. Oh, out of steel plate. Like, why won't you let me put it there? And then I realized because you can't be put there if you have nothing to put there. Go. And the other thing that I want to add, there's a few things that I need to add to this. I'm going to jump up on there to add them. But I need to add the antenna. I need to add an ore detector. And then I also want to add a couple of AI blocks. And I think specifically I need the defensive one. I have to wait and see. Let's get the antenna in here. Go. And then ore detector. There we go. And oh, I did have one right there. In fact, I have the O2H2 generator there as well. Don't need it there though. All right, let's also sneak a gyro in here. As well as another one there and there. And those 3 should be enough to make sure that I have decent maneuverability on this thing, which is what I want. I want to be able to maneuver this quickly, efficiently, without it being a major issue. Okay, next up, AI blocks. I need the defensive combat. AI defensive combat, I think. Let's hop in here. Attack enemies. Target priority closest. Search. Threatening subsystem. Weapons. Use static. Okay. Oh, really? I'll have to take a look at that. I think the offensive one is the one that I want. I think it's the defensive. I'm not surprised at how quickly people get mods built these days. Yeah, defensive. There we go. Yeah, this is the one I want. Let's see. Okay, that should be good. Honestly, I haven't had a chance to actually take a look at the new pipes. Let's see what we're looking at for. Let's see. Field work. I see. Okay. That would be cool too. And you know, considering the cost, they honestly feel like a much better, well, they feel like they are an answer to Eichster's pipe pack. Because that's always been one of the issues, is that there really hasn't been anything that is not only decorative, but also low profile and could actively be useful as conveyor network. And Eichster's pipes really just kind of fits that bill, if we're being honest. I think it's a missed opportunity for Keen to do something similar, because there really hasn't been anything else outside of that either. After Eichster's pipe pack, there really hasn't been anything additional. Okay, that takes care of that. Now I need. Oops. Let's button this side up. Might change a couple of these out depending on how it looks, but I think for the most part this is going to be. Let's get this in place. These all welded up. Oh, I did see it. Okay. That off. Let's go get the other one. Fortunately, these are landing fairly close. I don't have to go too far. Get them. Oh. Awesome. More iron is always good. Plus, all of the extra plates are always useful. And more motors. Like, in all honesty, I'm really enjoying this salvage only lifestyle. As it definitely makes it so that you have to spend a little bit more time worrying about the items that you have. But it also means that you're not constantly attached to. Where am I going? You're not constantly attached to needing to make sure your power grid is enough, waiting for things to refine, all of that, not constant mining and crap. It's just go out, salvage what you need, and you're good to go. The other thing that I need is GPS. Respawn pod. Delete. Goodbye, respawn pod. So that. And that. There we go. Back to just want to make sure that the sides are armored up around the batteries. Since, power source and all that. Hopeful we can take out the weapons of the drone and the base fairly quickly. And then once those are down, go. Everything else will be pretty easy. That thrusters. Let's do this. Yeah, like this. Then I can put those there. Oh no, darkness spreads. Somehow Palpatine has returned. Oh yeah. Let's put there. I'm also using the new keyboard shortcuts that you can assign that are based off of the Space Engineers 2 keyboard shortcuts. And I have to admit, I'm finding them much faster to deal with. That's not a bad idea, actually. Now that you mention that. Because I don't use them enough. Let's see how that's going to work. Nope. I got to turn. There we go. That feels better. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, sometimes you just look at something and you're like, that orientation doesn't work. There you go. Okay. Did that. And okay, let's get this built. And I'm almost thinking I'll leave this one like that, but on this side, I'm going to try something a little bit different. Okay, let's do. There we go. No. I want. Here it is. And then I can go ahead and do. Oh, I didn't know about that block. Exhaust cap. Then we add. There we go. Exhaust cap port. Car smoke. Let's do 10%. And we'll do. Smoke electric. Let's actually change that right now to, let's say, 5%. It'll do something later. Okay. I can work with that. So let's. Okay. This is annoying me something fierce. Still, yes. Okay, good. This can go away because you're in my way. Thank you. I know what I forgot to do, but it's easy to fix. Okay. Go there, but that one goes away. Go. And I did that. There we go. Then we put in the thrusters. And I'm missing a motor. No. Other one. Go ahead and name you. I think I have those correct. Yeah, port on left, starboard on right. The what? The what? The who? So. You're talking about the NPC encounter? Damn it. Oh, yes. Oh, they overhauled a lot of them. Yeah. I haven't tried to take any of them on yet. Well, sort of. I think what they're really doing is that they're utilizing Space Engineers 1 to test out their AI logic and some of their builds and whatnot for Space Engineers 2. Yeah, you got to watch out. Sometimes they're packing a little more heat than you originally thought. Let's go get this guy here. He's almost at the ice lake, which I think that'll be one of the first things that I do is swing by the ice lake or one of the ice lakes, fill up on some more ice because I'm gonna need it. There you go. That's good though. I'm glad that they are actively increasing the difficulty of certain items. Those all off. There we go. There we go. Haha. Fine. They really are. Yes, more magnesium. Also, more motors. Go. Awesome. Yes. The Lieutenant Dan of signals and drones and whatnot. I like the fact that they do tend to roll over, though. It makes it easier to deal with them. Oh, yeah, I need to turn my door detector down. It's detecting literally everything. Okay. Door detector. Let's drop you down to like 250. And door detector. There, that's better. All right. Now we're getting some. Let's these here. And I also want to make sure that we have there you go. It's a joyriding drone. I am A-okay with the idea of that, actually. Those in place. And actually, let's pop this back row. Drop these in here. Actually, I've done that several times. It's a lot of fun up until the end. And then it ceases being fun. The fun is over rather abruptly. You're like, well, I'm going to need another quarter, and I'm going to need another ship. Because this ride is over. And cover this up. Uh-oh. I ran out of steel plate again. You know what? Drop that off. Some of that. Those, some of that. Cool. Ah, eyeball. Why you do this? I'm thinking what I might do as well. Yes. Yeah, that definitely. Anytime that they add something new like that, it becomes a game of cat and mouse trying to chase um, knowledge at that point. Like, how effective are my old designs going to be versus new designs? I could this actually quite effectively. And I can actually still have in there. Let's get these guys welded up. I know I have enough motors for these. There we go. Let's do that. Yeah, that'll work. More. Just kind of build up a little bit of armor around here. Not too much, but enough that it will help protect some of the softer, squishy bits on the inside. There we go. I don't know enough about Sentry to say one way or the other. But I will say that it is difficult to say that Superman would lose because you have to be specific as to which Superman. And therein lies the problem. If you're comparing just straight movie versions of Superman, you would have to be specific as to which movie version of Superman that you're talking to, because there's been Christopher Reeve, there's been not Matt Reeves, the old Golden Age one. You've got Henry Cavill, you've got this new guy coming up, Brandon Routh, and then also Dean Cain, and what's his face from Smallville. There have been a lot of different versions of Superman, so you'd want to be specific as to which version of Superman you're talking about. Now, if you're talking about comic book Superman, that's different. Yeah, again, you have to be specific as to which version of Superman that he would be going against. If we're talking comics, there are a couple versions of Superman that would probably go toe-to-toe with him. Yeah. Like an older Superman, one that's been around for maybe 200 or 300 years, probably would actually be able to go toe-to-toe with Sentry. I'm sorry, but just going to have to consider that maybe sometimes it's a possibility. It also depends on who's writing it and what version of Sentry you're dealing with. That is one of the fun bits of comics, is that there are like 1,000 different versions of a particular character based off of the writing team. Because there have been versions of Superman who have been able to basically just sit inside of a sun for millions of years and become so super powered that they're able to create their own universes. And then there are some versions of Superman that are just like classic Golden Age Superman, where they're like lifting cars and flying, and that's about it, and bulletproof. Yeah, see, this is the level of debate that could be had for years. Now, here's a fun one. Could Sentry beat Saitama from One Punch Man? Now, there's one. That one would be fun. Okay. Now, this thing is already looking. See? Okay. Now I need some proper thrusters back here. That's not true, actually. There is one entity in all of One Punch Man's universe that has actually been able to go toe to toe with Saitama. And it was that damn mosquito. That mosquito went blow for blow with Saitama and managed to walk away unscathed. So I think there's one thing in all of One Punch Man that actually can't keep up with it. Okay, let's do... it's from one of the earlier manga slash episodes. It's in the first season where he winds up, he's out watering his plant when he comes across a mosquito. He tries killing the mosquito, but every time he does, it keeps flying away from him. That's what eventually leads him to running across Genos. How am I missing that many motors? I had a whole bunch of them. This could become a problem. What? Let's get all these other parts in there. Drop off that. Okay. Where is... I should probably recharge. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. About to have an aneurysm from what you just said. You mean to tell me that you think that Superman is less powerful than Spawn? But Spawn is more powerful than Sentry. Oh, that hurts. I'm sorry, that's literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Okay. I'm gonna stop you right there. if you're looking at pure raw power, at capabilities, and just general ability to kick ass, Superman is actually stronger than Spawn. In fact, we can go through a tier list if you'd like. What? No. I'm sorry, but no. That's no. I refuse to acknowledge the idea that Superman is less powerful than Spawn. That's no. Because at the end of the day, Spawn is powerful. Spawn is very powerful. I will grant you that. Again, it depends on which. It depends on the version of Superman. General Superman, yes, weak to magic. But it's sort of like saying that Green Lantern could beat Superman. Because that's essentially what Spawn's powers are. This is generally speaking why I don't like getting into debates about comic book characters. Because it's very difficult to find an outcome that actually makes any sense. And as much as I like these, they take up way too many voters right now. So I'm going to have to change them. And there goes my FPS. What it is. Okay, we got to restart this. Save. Yes. Fix it. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go ahead and run the update real quick. Because that, maybe it'll fix the issue. It's just like that conversation about how powerful Batman is. It's easy to say, like, Batman could beat anybody. But it always comes down to Batman could beat most people with enough prep time. Exactly. I could easily say, well, Superman could beat anybody as long as he has enough solar radiation. Or uh, Superman, or what's another good one? Wolverine could beat anybody as long as there are these circumstances involved with that. Any character can win in any situation if the writer wants them to. And we could debate all day long about what their power sets are, what their weaknesses are, and try and put together a legitimate, logical, thought out presentation. But at the end of the day, it comes down to what the writers want and what story is trying to be told. I think at the end of the day, Superman would win against Sentry, not because of powers, not because one is more powerful than the other or stronger, but simply because, for the purposes of the story, Superman would win. Unless you're telling Injustice, in which case that's a different story. It's just like Batman winning in situations where he shouldn't. Superman always wins. Well, like 99% of the time he wins. There have been a couple of times where he's lost. In fact, I remember I remember the first time that Superman died in a big way, which was Death of Superman. um, against shoot, Doomsday. Like Jigglypuff. That's true. Jigglypuff would definitely put some superheroes down. But no, the first. In fact, I had that comic book too, where Superman goes against Doomsday and dies. That was a really good comic book. Hey, what's up, Angel? Okay, we should be better now. You only exist as long as people acknowledge your existence. I think everybody feels a connection with Jigglypuff because we all like naps. Okay. I am short some motors. This is going to be fun. I think what I'll do. That's true. Jigglypuff? Jigglypuff is from Pokemon. It's the little pink thing that sings people to sleep. That, yep. Okay. Do I have enough? Okay. Where's the special effects? Oh, one way. Honestly, these days, what I would really love to see is more mech related stuff. More like Mech Warrior and Battletech related. In fact, there is a game that I'm actually really looking forward to. I keep seeing it in YouTube shorts. Looks really, really good. It's called EOD. And is very Mech Warrior-ish. Am I what I'm looking for, you bastards? That would be good. EOD. See if I can find it. Store. EOD. I I think that's what it is. Yeah. Yes, Engines of Destruction. That's the one. This bad boy right here. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to play the new MechWarrior games. MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries and Clans. But this game, Engines of Destruction, I've been watching this one, and I really, really like the look of it. It feels a lot more visceral. Kind of reminds me of Steel Battalion. I have no idea which game that is. Let's go look. Exodus. Well, there's like 16 different Exoduses. Exodus game. Okay. Oh, this is the Star Citizen competitor. Yeah, I just found. Yeah, it does actually look pretty good. Some of those, some of that. Correction. Get a few extra ones. Yeah, that's another. Star Citizen has just become invisible. That makes me sad. Oh, gotcha. Let's. Okay, I've got those thrusters. I've got those thrusters. No, there's another one out there that is very similar. It's basically like a cross between The Expanse and Star Citizen, and is not a crypto game. Yeah, let's do this. Damn it. Actually, this might. Yeah, that'll actually work quite well. But yeah, like I've seen a few of those crypto scam games, and they really On the surface, they look pretty cool. But the reality is that they're basically just, again, crypto scams. In fact, it's amazing how quickly a lot of those have died out over the years. A lot of them sprang up and were like, oh yeah, we can definitely tell this is a scam. And then they died out just as quickly. All right, I need... no nickel. I have a little bit of... Okay. What do we have that I can recycle? Radio comm. Detector comm. Those. Production. Disassembling. Get us a little extra nickel. Not a lot, but it'll be a start. All right, Spectre. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Let's get rid of 70. Get rid of 70 of the detector. Yeah, that'll get us some more nickel. What else can I recycle that I don't explicitly need, but I still kind of still need? I think that's actually about it. Yeah, that's going to be about it. So really, at this point, I'm just going to have to wait until that's finished. Actually, that'll be all the thrusters that I need. Once I get those put in. Now, I am a little bit worried about this because this is kind of a big, chunky beast of a ship. So I am just a little bit worried about it. Hopefully, though, we'll be able to fly. And hopefully, we'll be able to carry some stuff. Otherwise, this is going to be a completely useless vehicle. Almost done with those. Awesome. Are there any other... This battery is looking good. Let's see. I need another signal to pop up. That would be awesome. Here. Keeping That actually works out quite well. Fine. Look at that. Not super thrilled on these right here. Only because of the fact that that is a very thin piece of armor, if you will. What essentially should be kind of protected. For looks, I could do a heat vent, or like a regular vent, and just turn it off. That's a lot of motors. What if still do the light? That way, I at least get something area-wise to help keep things easy to see. How much nickel do I have? Much better. Let's go that unknown signal while we are currently waiting on the motors to build. I have to admit, building on a budget is also kind of nice because it makes you think a little bit more about what you're doing. And I've realized that none of this build has any hydrogen thrusters at all. I'm just using atmospheric thrusters. So I should start looking at places where I can get hydrogen thrusters in and use them as well. Oh, absolutely it does. Atmospheric thrusters. Something like that, yeah. Ooh, more Technicons. I can absolutely go ahead and refine those down. Excuse me, cycle these down. There we go. Hispanic thrusters. Yes, I like throwing Hispanic thrusters on my ships. Oh man, that's great. Well, now I've got to figure out how to make Hispanic thrusters into an icon. An atmospheric thruster with a sombrero on it. I think that'd be perfect. That's our Hispanic thruster. Of course, knowing my luck, Twitch would be like, that's offensive. Oh man. Yeah, we're gonna have to work on that one. Okay. Let's finish getting these thrusters. You're not wrong. Twitch's face generally does offend me as well. Oh yeah, that's right. I did have. Let's hope I can make enough. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. But it does. Depends on who you ask. Some people will say they're the face of Twitch, in which case that definitely offends me. Like, I am so offended. Instead of that, do this. Just help kind of build that out a little bit. Cover up the sides. Not have enough. I do. Well, that's actually pretty easy. At the time that they were bringing Twitch around, Twitch shooters were kind of the rage. And so it was really easy to go from what they were currently utilizing as their name to what they wound up using. Because originally, if I remember correctly, they were Justin TV. But yeah, Justin TV was getting in a lot of trouble because of the fact that people kept using it for streaming illegal videos and stuff like that. And so a lot of, from what I remember, a lot of the people that were part of Justin TV looked at rebranding it and revitalizing it into what is now Twitch. Twitch then kind of took off, and from there, eventually Amazon purchased it. If I'm remembering my history correct. I could be a little fuzzy on the details. I could be entirely wrong for all I know. But that's what I remember of that whole scenario. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, Twitch is, and I remember Justin TV being a big thing initially because of the fact that people were streaming a lot of videos on it. But just in general, a lot of people were starting to do video game streaming as well. Because that was also around the time when Let's Plays were starting to get popular through Minecraft. And more people were doing those sorts of things, which was, that was really cool. And YouTube started kind of exploding at that point. Because up until that point, YouTube wasn't really seen as much of a gaming site. But with the Let's Plays, that really helped YouTube kind of explode. Okay, I think I have everything that I need. Nice. Yeah, Justin TV has been around had been around for a long time. Okay. Fighter, small connector. Need. Nice. Oh, we are flying. And quite well. We have about 50. Not as much power as I would like. Fair enough. All right, there we go. God, yes. Yeah, there are a lot of. Ooh, that reminds me, I need to take care of one of my accounts and get it canceled before it tries to charge me $100 some odd that I don't have. Okay, let's go get that other signal. And then the next thing that I want to do is I want to look at adding some hydrogen thrusters. Since we've already got the Hispanic thrusters on the ship. I actually believe that. I know a lot of systems are just really poorly designed. And they just don't seem to work well. I know lately Nexus Mods likes to just log me out for no reason. Oh, ooh, upgraded drill. Yes. And some motors. Even better. Not that I'm currently using my drill, but let's get this all round down. There we go. Yay, it's going to be daytime soon. And we're almost there. All right. Okay. So here's the deal. I'm going to mend my thing a little bit. If it's in a boulder and I desperately need it, I'm going to mine that son of a bitch because I desperately need nickel and I desperately need it for motors. But I won't go underground. Just boulders. That seems like a fair compromise, honestly. Okay, good enough. And then I will probably forget where that boulder is at, which is fine. All right. Get refilled here. So I think that's a good compromise, actually. If it's in a boulder, I can mine it. But other than that, I have to get the parts. Since boulders aren't going to have huge amounts of a particular resource. That's really what we're trying to stay away from, stockpiling tons of resources. Mostly just, what do I need? And I have a total of 15,000 credits. Steel plate. Also, interior, and because what I want to do is I need to get to the bottom. I need to get to the bottom of this. But I need to make it easier to do that. Especially because I just realized I have this big open blocky area. It's just, hey, come shoot me, I'm explosive. Let's not leave ourselves open to being exploded from the bottom. That would be bad. Generally speaking. Just, cover this up so we're not likely to have a fireball in our midsection. Yeah, no, kids are dumb. That's why they're called kids. Okay, let's see about getting those 3 there. So, 'cause I don't think they require as many motors. The hell? Okay, seriously. What moron decides that they need to go try and beat up a hive? That's like That is the dumbest shit ever. It's what that is. I need. Honestly, there you go. Honestly, though, calling the police probably isn't a terrible idea because that is at that point destruction of personal property. Yeah, well, they can truth or dare in a location or in a way that isn't going to, well, endanger people, but then also do irrevocable damage to necessary insect. As much as we don't like bees, they are still kind of necessary right now. Okay. Now what I need are these. That's messed up. I like it, but that's messed up. Back there. There we go. There. That would be awesome. Well, I mean, if they start getting random phone calls after they've been a bitch to somebody and that somebody goes, "Hey, could I get your phone number?" It kind of leaves a trail of evidence. Just saying. There we go. That's fair. There we go. All right. Now let's get this other side. Awesome. Public information and a lot of desire to make somebody suffer. That's really what it comes down to. That one. Just- Awesome. Now we just have to put in the two. It really is. But part of the reason why it's so dramatic is because I turned off the what is it? The music when it's like, what is that setting called? Audio. Contextual music. Because unfortunately, it's contextual for really weird reasons. Where it's suddenly like, oh, you're grinding something down. All of a sudden, it sounds like it's, the middle of battle. But I'm not doing nothing. Yeah, well, you're grinding. That's like something. It kind of is too kind. Especially when they keep being little twats. See, this is why Americans say twat. Because it is a really more obscene sounding word than twat. Twat sounds so cutesy. But twat sounds like an actual obscenity that you're using against somebody, especially when they are being a twat. Let's go ahead and throw our armor in here. Now what I need is some side thrusters. Which let's make a few more motors. You have to be careful though, getting low on iron. Again, I'm trying to do as little mining as possible, which so far I'm doing all right. Okay. Grab what I need. Hopeful that with both the atmospheric and the hydrogen thrusters, I will have enough thrust in all directions so that way if I lose a couple of thrusters, it won't be that big of a deal. Wrong damn button. I'm so used to playing. I ran out of metal grids. Fortunately, I have, some extra nickel to work with. But I'm so used to Satisfactory that I'm using some of the button shortcuts from that. I shouldn't be. Nice. Wait. Did he show up to shoot the hives or to shoot his kids? Okay. Fair enough. Just figured out. Ooh. Okay. I have been shot before by a paintball gun. And not just a paintball gun, a regular paintball gun. This was a paintball gun that was attached to a tank of nitrogen gas. The reason for it was because my dad and his business partner at the time were testing the tracking capabilities of the pan, tilt, and zoom mount that they had. And so I was the test subject at about, I'd say, maybe 20 meters away. That shit hurts. That shit hurts a lot. So getting shot in the ankle from a regular paintball gun, yeah, hopefully that'll dissuade them. The problem, though, is that it also turns it into a game. That was the one and only time that ever happened, Hollows. It never happened again. All right. That's those. Well, learned is a strong word here. There was just never another opportunity where that sort of situation came up. All right, I need to somehow get probably. I don't think you understand this about guys, but we're dumb. Like, we just are stupid. just how we're built. Wait a minute. No. Wait, yes, because I need reverse thrusters. That's what I'm doing. So, yeah. Well, anytime that I'm building a ship, it often winds up looking like it belongs in Mad Max. This is true. The number of times guys have been like, wait a minute, I just realized she was flirting with me the entire time. Yeah. What gave it away, buddy? And that. Oh, there's an unknown signal. Not much. I am not a huge PvPer these days. And a lot of it just comes down to the fact that I don't have the skills for it. It's just, back 20 years ago, that was something different. But these days, I lack the aggression that I used to have when I was younger. That's what it is. Now, what's funny about it is that I will play GTA and I will shoot motherfuckers and I will try and kill them. But in like regular situations, I've seen that pop up and I've looked at it as well, so I am aware of it. And you're right, it does look really interesting. Let's get this in place. And I've been hearing good things about it. But again, it's one of those. I think the other thing is that I'm also just a little bit burnt out on the whole looter shooter genre as a whole. Because a lot of it doesn't really feel like it's going anywhere. I think the most that I come across as a looter shooter player, aside from ARPGs like Diablo and whatnot, is Warframe. Okay. There we go. Yeah, absolutely. Gotcha. Yeah, I love Warframe. That's one of those games I don't play it all the time, but it pretty much stays permanently installed on my computer. I would imagine so, yeah. Anytime that you can get a good mobile game. Warframe, you know, Warframe's just good for I want to play something for a little bit, but I don't want to play a lot of something. There we go. I actually kind of like the look of that. Uh-oh. I don't foresee that being anytime soon, honestly. Like, there is currently nothing on the market. True. But there's just nothing on the market right now that comes close to fulfilling that void that Warframe has. The closest you get is Destiny. But even Destiny 2 doesn't quite scratch that itch. And that was one thing that a lot of Destiny players found out when they're like, wait a minute, this is completely not what I thought it was going to be. Like, yeah, we've been trying to tell you that for a while. I would this. What do you say we do a test flight? And see about taking this out for a spin. This thing is just big and chunky. That's one of those games that I never got a chance to really play was Division. Kept meaning to, but I just never really got a chance. Okay, that should be good. All right. let's grab our thrusters. Enter thrusters. Backwards. Lighter reverse thrusters. Roots. Lock on, off. Off. There we go. Yeah, all this is still Space Engineers music. There we go. Oh, hell yeah. We get some speed real quick. Awesome. And we reduce speed really quick. Yeah, it's got some get up and go. Yeah, no, I don't foresee this being the screw's the problem. I am permanently the problem and the solution. Uh-huh, sure you do. Aw. Yay. Let's go ahead. All this sweet, sweet stuff. Oh, that was not an antenna. That's neon tube. There we go. That's true. In most cases, it is going to be user error. You're not wrong. The light burn, yes. I mean, that's fair. We did hang out. That was cool. I mean, I'm sorry I interrupted your not busy schedule and all that, but. All right, let's go ahead and hit up the ice lake. A light. Hello, ice lake. That way I can go ahead and throw some ice in here. That's fuck you. The nice thing about this is I don't have to sit here and build all sorts of mining stuff off of it. This is purely for warfare. It definitely feels like they increased the hydrogen fuel costs, though. Because it feels like I'm consuming way more ice or way more hydrogen fuel than I used to. But that could just be observer bias. What I can do is Okay. And this particular get up here. This is the new lab tank from the Fieldwork DLC. But other than that, no, I'm not using any new tank types. I mean, I guess technically I would be, but good question. I don't know what the difference is. I think it's the same as the large hydrogen tank. Yeah, was that 500,000 liters? Let's see. Tank. Oh, that's the medium. I don't want the large. That has a capacity, of 750. Because that should be... Huh. Yeah, it should be the same. So 500,000. Balance that shit out. And the O2H2 generator should be just running like mad. Hoping. Yeah, it's doing its thing. Might need like a second one on there, just cause. Let's see. Enter two thrusters. Oops. All right, let's get those going. Let's turn those off. And it flies all right. Oof. Oh, it kind of flies all right. That uses a lot of battery power. Okay. There we go. But with the combination of thrusters, I absolutely get a lot of lift and a lot of thrust force. Delta V, I guess, would be the correct term for that. Absolutely could use some extra battery power. But I think overall, That's not bad. And we get some good stopping power out of it as well. Now, the nice thing is that once we get back, a lot of this ice is going to go through the big O2H2 generator, and that should help refill our hydrogen pretty quickly. And there we go. Awesome. Getting hungry though. Let's see. Still need to work on the bottom of this. And then also, I'd like to make some landing struts of sorts. I'm also kind of debating on maybe putting Gatling turrets on the bottom as well. Like really just making this a proper fighter. So that way I'm attacking things from both the top and the bottom. So I can attack the base with the bottom turrets and I can attack drones with the top ones. And then I also want to make sure that I've got some fixed weapons on front mounted. So that way I can really put a lot of hurt down on this. With this, I should say. So let's do, well, let's probably in the background. Read that off. That off. It depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about things like hangar doors or stuff like that, yeah, so. If you're talking about just things that you can detach and then reattach, not too bad. I mean, like, I can make it happen. That was actually how my tunnel drill worked, was being able to merge and then unmerge and move forward that way. So I have experience with it. Airtight custom doors get a little tricky because of the fact that you want to make sure that you're using angled blocks so that their angles meet but don't overlap. Because otherwise, I believe that still causes them to merge weird. I'd have to play around with that. As far as engine pods, though, that's just a matter of making sure that you have merge blocks at each lock-off point, and then you're just going to want to set up. In fact, you could probably even use a set of timer blocks and event controllers for handling the lock and unlock mechanism for your engine pods. So you hit a timer block, and essentially what it does is it turns off the merge blocks that you're disconnecting, hits the rotors, and then turns the merge blocks back on. So that way, once they get to that point, they're reconnecting it. That's about the only way I can think to do that. However, like I said, I am getting a little on the hungry side, so I'm going to go grab something to eat real quick while we are burning through, or have already burned through all the ice. Cool. And then when I get back, we'll see about finishing up the armor on this. Oh, and also production ammo. let's do 80. Ooh, that's going to take a lot of iron, which I don't have. Oh. I mean, I do, but not a lot. So I may actually have to go get some iron. Oh, before I do that. Ooh, that sucks. Always hated working the weekends. Although, once I started working at a grocery store, I almost never worked weekends. Only because they only ever did stocking on um, the weekdays, which was kind of nice. Oh no, nothing significant. Awesome. It this all. Yay, cobalt. I'm noticing though that the amount of resources that I'm getting out of some of these, like before, I think I got like a stack of 1,000 at one point. Now I'm not getting that. So that's kind of interesting to notice. And I don't know. Well, it's just the other day, yesterday, or no, day before yesterday. Initially, I was getting some larger stacks, so I think they just hot fixed it. Is all. Because even then, the old signals you didn't get resources. Outside of just refining or recycling down whatever you ground off of them. But all right, there we go. Okay, so like I said, I'm gonna go make myself some lunch real quick. I will be back in just a few. Break, and there we go. I shall return.
Pikachu.
Alrighty, and I'm back. Okay. Oh, there we go. And, oh, there's a signal. Speaking of, let's go get this one. And Lord, it's a little ways out here. Jetpack fuel is not low. Don't lie to me. Or nickel. Okay. Nickel is not what I need, though. Excuse me, what I need right now is iron. Nope. Nope, nothing. Motors, nice. And need. Well, no. think I think there is a boulder near the base that might have iron in it. That is my only allowable source of income, so to speak. It's got nickel. That's the only part of the rule that I have adjusted. My no drilling rule is that I am allowed to drill boulders. That way, it remains mostly fair to the spirit of the rule. Let's see, guys. Why do you not have any ammo? Say, yeah, that'll work. Okay, cool. Now I have some ammunition in those. Excellent. Next thing I need to do is see about getting some battery power into this. But I also rid of these, so it's a little bit easier around this area. It's also this and this. There we go. Yeah, you're attached. 7. I could actually disassemble. Yeah, there goes 2,000 iron right there. So yeah, I don't need to go in and do anything. Let's this. Might go ahead and what? One of the things that I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pull this back a little bit. Right there. Whoops. There. Okay. This should make it a little bit easier. Armor up the bottom portion. Because again, I've got those batteries right there. Eventually, I need to add more batteries to this. But yeah, let's do. Man, they're just dropping those signals left and right. This up here. That's possible. But part of the problem with the hydrogen engine is that it will be competing with my hydrogen thrusters. And really what I'm needing is a power source. Weird. That is. Oh, I know why. There we go. That is going to be able to help keep my atmospheric thrusters going. And I now have awesome. That's what I wanted to see. So let's do. Some more. Let's. Oh. And dessert. Yeah, this will work. This will also help, again, armor up some stuff. Now, I'm not going to go full armor plate on everything, because that gets heavy. But I mostly just want to cover up the important parts. So definitely the batteries, the two batteries that I have. And the hydrogen tank. Because I can repair, or at least should be able to repair, just about everything else. In fact, what I can also do, what I should also do, is let's grab some of that. That in there. Whoops. Let's get this one built. And then let's see if I can. Yep, that'll work. Okay. Now I just got to come up here, weld up this collar. Then we weld up the Gatlings. And this little guy is going to be quite the heavy hitter. And then at that point, most of what I need to do is just finish up some of the armor plating and add front-facing turrets, or not turrets, but some sort of cannons, which let's do. I can't do autocannon magazines because I only have basic assemblers, so we'll have to do the Gatling or Gatling ones. Yeah, that'll work though. That'll be cool. Make sure we get those in there correctly. Awesome. Okay. Now I've got to rotate this one. Nope. You're just going to be like, oh, wait. You were already correct because I had already rotated you. All right, there goes that one. This one welded up. Awesome. And don't know how I want to finish all of this armor yet. No. There we go. What I do know, however, this is looking like a beefy little bastard. Let's finish this off. That. There we go. Actually, I might have to get rid of that and this because of the thruster exhaust. Mostly, yes. But the other thing is that atmospheric thrusters require a certain amount of power availability to work. Actually, no. Better idea. So each battery produces a specific amount of power output, a specific amount of wattage. So in this case, it can max output is 4 megawatts of power. So it needs to be able to put out that much power when under load. When you are building a ship, one of the things that you want to make sure of is that if you are to try and go in any 3 directions simultaneously, so forward, left, or excuse me, forward, right, and let's say up. So you're trying to go kind of in that direction. You want to make sure that you have enough power to handle all those sets of thrusters at the same time without your battery indicator going into the red. And if it does, then you need to add more batteries to increase the maximum power output. That's essentially how that winds up working. So I need to figure out how I can get I think I know how. Do it's going to be a bit exposed to what I want. Yeah, exactly. That's why a hybrid approach works out fairly well. I still, of course, just need more power. Is my problem. I could. Do this, however. Ooh, no, I can't. Because that's how I get the thruster juice. Unless I do. So I do something like this. Because then I can just work around that limitation. There we go. That should be what I need. Oh no, I'm missing out on an unknown signal. I'm just going to have to let that one expire. Yeah, that's one of those. Honestly, I very rarely use ion thrusters just because they always feel so weak compared to the amount of power output that they need. Why is this not? There we go. Okay. Hey, Wrath, how you doing? Man, I haven't broken anything yet. Actually, no, that's not true. I have broken one thing. But it was not mission critical, so it's okay. Alright, so now I should be able to put a battery. Let's do a warfare battery. Oh, can't complain too much. Can I make 20 power cells? Yeah, I should be able to. Yeah, that's one of those things. Like, I don't know. It's not that I'm against playing with other people, because I'm not. But I derive a lot of my enjoyment from the solitude of it. That's one of those really strange things, because I enjoy multiplayer games. Yeah, that's what it is. I don't like any of y'all. I love other people. But no, that's one of those things like I enjoy playing Grand Theft Auto online because of the fact that there is this sort of background energy of other players in the session with me. But I don't necessarily enjoy playing that game with other people. Yes, I hate you all. Urgh. Sometimes, though, I do find myself going, it would be really awesome if I actually did play this game with other people. we are just going to leave this one kind of exposed-ish. Fair enough. Now, see, that's the other thing, is this is a non-gathering playthrough. I am very specifically doing as little actual gathering as possible. Most of what I'm getting is either through piracy or the signals, if at all possible. With the exception of, I am allowed to hit up boulders if I need something, like, desperately. Emperor, ruler, tape measure, it's all good. That would be funny, actually. This is my sweatshop. Welcome to the Force. Oops. Actually, now I want a backpack full of brains. You've convinced me this is a good idea. No bodies, just brains. Nope, no smoke breaks. You're just brains. I'll just go ahead and put like a 5% THC solution inside of your jar of brain juice. Smoke brains. There you go. Okay. Yeah, something along those lines. Maybe that's what we'll do this time, because I'm pretty sure that I'll be getting paid this particular month. So we could probably see about doing maybe like a dedicated server for a month. See how that goes. I mean, I'd rather, like, I understand that, like, there's all these newfangled ways of smoking and doing drugs, and that's cool. But give me a joint, give me a blunt, give me a bong, or give me a pipe. And I'll smoke it old school. Anytime, any day. Just because it just feels better that way. It feels more like home. In a strange sort of way. Let's finish these off. Okay. Actually, funny thing is, my sister got this package of hemp gummies the other day. And she was trying them specifically to help her relax. And she took a couple and didn't really get anything out of it. So she asked my mom if she wanted to try them. Mom was like, yeah, no problem. I'll give them a shot. She did. And then after a couple of days, she came to me and she's like, hey, do you want these? Because I've tried them and I'm not enjoying it, and it's not doing really anything. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do drugs. I'll do sugar flavored stuff. I don't care. But in order to get any sort of effect out of them, I have to do like 4 of them. And at that point, I'm really relaxed. I'm like, yep, we're good. Oh, yeah. Oh, I absolutely, like, if I do a dedicated server, I'm going to do a specific setup so that, like, I'm very specifically going, these are the only people who are allowed to get into it. So that won't be an issue. Let's do this here. Okay, I'll have to look into that. The only side effect of that I can see is that not everybody who would join is a Steam user. But that's like the only caveat that I can see being an issue. Because I think 1 or 2 people are console users. Or they use the Games Pass version. Which, for obvious reasons, isn't connected to Steam. But that's one of those things that when we get to that bridge, we'll burn it then. I mean, cross it. Oh, there we go. Oh, my spine. Thank you for the subscription there, Rathmeyer. Truly appreciate it. And then, honestly, I don't know what I'm planning at the moment. It's one of those things that it's... Aw. Well, again, I do appreciate it, Rathmeyer. But as far as the server goes, I don't know yet. It's just a wait-and-see situation. Let's do that. Gotcha. Okay. I'll have to look into that and see. I'll probably just use a standard dedicated so that way we can. Well, it depends on the mods that we want to use and what I want to do with it. Because don't really know, if I'm being honest. Because there's a lot of different ways that it could go. We could do like modular encounter stuff. Could do like depending on if it's been updated, industrial overhaul with modular encounters. Could come up with a specific scenario. Could make a scenario. Yeah, I'm fairly certain it isn't. Let's see. It's... That goes. Nope, I can't do that. I shouldn't have done that either. Where am I going? There. I just realized I can't put anything right there because that's in the way of the Gatling turrets. Or the Gatling emplacements. Huh. Let's take that out. Oops. That, and that. Oh yeah, battery. Oh, I already got it. Cool. Yeah, because we just covered it. Duh. Wow, Cruz, you are the smart. Oh yeah. Wow. Learn how to fly, you moron. One of these days I'll actually know how to, do stuff. But today is not that day. It takes practice to do that, honestly. Sometimes you have to sacrifice paying attention to one thing for another. But in all fairness, it's like working customer service, which I did for a lot of years. And specifically working Geek Squad, because I would have to pay attention to the customer. I'd have to pay attention to the store. I'd have to pay attention to the computer in front of me. And I'm listening out for the phone. And I'm watching customer service nearby. And. So it's one of those that you tend to learn how to do fairly quickly. And why are you just rolling down the hill? Okay. Should be fine right there. Nope, nothing important in there. Oh, that's the unidentified signal. Where is... Nope. You stop that right now, you son of a bitch. Nope. Stop running away. It's gone. Oh. You know what? It's not in that important. Let's go grab some more ice. And yes, you should get a paintball gun. And honestly, at this point, if they're going to keep coming out to attack it, call the police. Because they have been warned, they have been reprimanded, they have been attacked by their own parental unit. If people are going to continue attacking things that are very clearly on your property, then yes, call the police. Because that's vandalism and it's ecologically irresponsible. Ecologically irresponsible. So say screw it. and go to town. Uh, okay, that's that. Yeah, that's true. And let's. Oh yeah, I got to be careful how I land. And scrape off a whole bunch more of this. I'm so glad auto ore pickup is working again. Because it feels so weird when you don't have it active. You're like, wait a minute, I actually have to pick this stuff up by hand? Who does that? Which ice are we looking at? Probably get some. Okay, that should be a good amount. And I definitely should put some sort of landing struts or something on the bottom of it. There we go. Honestly, as far as ships go, I'm kind of happy with the way this one's coming together. It looks funky as all hell, but I kind of like it. Doesn't seem to be picking up my turrets or my weapons. Ooh, yep. Yeah, no thanks. I would be fine. Be like, not worth it. Whatever it is, it's not worth it. They used up a lot of fuel. The hell? The hell? Okay. Apparently, I did break it. Wow. I, we were running just fine before the hot fix. Now all of a sudden, game break. Okay, let's playing DDoS. There you go. Gosh darn Clay. He's always so mean. As in most states, as long as the intruder is in your house and you didn't purposely drag them into the house, you are allowed to shoot them. Yeah. Like I said, as long as you didn't drag them in. I remember when we first moved here to this state, uh, our next door neighbor was actually embroiled in a court case for having shot and killed one, I think it was, one young man, and he had shot at a couple others because they had broken into his house. And at the time, he was home alone with his child. And he had caught them in his garage. And out of just sheer adrenaline and reflex, he had his gun with him and he started shooting. They went running out of the house and he followed after. And that's when he shot and killed one of them. And so it was it was kind of a big deal for this area because the area that I lived in at the time was not, it was a nice neighborhood, but also it was, he was a white older man, and they were younger black kids, unfortunately. But also the fact that he had shot one of them in the back, was a big deal. From what I recall, he was found not guilty, and all charges were dropped, kind of thing. Because again, it was kind of a moment of duress, and they did bust up into his house, and they were stealing his stuff, and it was, definitely an extenuating circumstances situation. And yeah, and like it sucks that it happened, but what are you gonna do? Okay, there we go. I think part of the reason why I had issues backing out is because of these guys. Is there anything? Nope, everything else got pulled out. Ooh. Oh wow, and that is just right here. So yeah, let's go hit this one up. And honestly, as far as neighbors go, they were good neighbors too. When we wound up moving about a year and a half later, his wife wound up helping us with the move, so they were good people. Weird how. There are lots of things that could be weird. Oh no, that's interesting. But that's honestly, that's been a problem for a long time anyway. Okay, that is a way of describing things that I've not ever heard of. What the hell is Bat Crap Comb Vet? You'll have to forgive me. I've heard of a lot of slang out of the military, but that is a new one for me. Oh, batshit crazy. Okay. Gotcha. Now that makes more sense. Ah, no worries, man. No worries. Okay, there we go. Let's head back home. All right. I think with the crashing and whatnot, that might be a good indication. We should wrap this up for today. I would say we probably have one more day, well, like a little bit more work. And I may go ahead and do that between streams to get this up and running. I just had an epiphany. I think. Yes. Yep. Damn it. Out of my way. There. There. Okay. This is working out kind of the way that I want. So I'll give you the extra 20 minutes, assuming, of course, I don't crash again. If I do crash again, though, that's it. We're done for the day. And there we go. Fortunately, it auto saves every 10 minutes or so. I know, right? This might actually work as well. Yeah, because then what I can do is throw on some lights there. This kind of reminds me of the music from Astartes, which is so good. Which still pisses me off what they did to the producer of Astartes. Games Workshop can go suck a big fat one for that. So the guy who did Astartes, Sayama Peterson, great job. Because of him And at that time, the desire for Warhammer 40K skyrocketed. You had a whole bunch of normies who otherwise wouldn't have cared about Warhammer suddenly interested in it because look how cool it is. Look at how badass these guys are. And so after he finished Astartes, which again, awesome, Games Workshop goes, hey, let's hire him. Have him produce work for us. Cool. So they hire him and then never fucking do anything with him. Also, I have heard some good things about the new RuneScape game as well, so glad to hear that it is an enjoyable experience. Let's do that. That. Nope, you are correct. Yeah, there we go. I've been having difficulties getting into survival games lately. Because ultimately, they all basically play the same. But on top of that, I do wind up having issues with the terrain generation, or at least the terrain sculpting that a lot of these survival games have. And a lot of it just comes down to the fact that it feels like, in a lot of cases, everything's very claustrophobic and everything's pushed in together real tight. And it just doesn't feel good. But that's, that's a personal preference thing more than anything else. Like Enshrouded. I really want to get into Enshrouded again because, I have a video card that's decent. I have the opportunity, and they've done some really good updates on the game. But I just can't. The same with, it was that game that Bant got. Now I can't remember the name of it. But again, it's another one of the situations where the terrain just throws me off. Let's do that. Yeah. Oops. Yep, there we go. They really did upgrade the signal spawn rate. Yeah, that's looking good. Yeah, let's go out to this one. It's just right here. I think part of the problem when it comes to the way that terrain looks and feels is that I have played way too many games with amazing terrain that is incredibly open, but also still has areas that funnel you into tighter spaces. Thank you. Come again. Of course. Credits, more computers. Like, part of the problem for me is having played like Space Engineers and having played games like Conan Exiles, which actually has really good terrain. Playing Red Dead Redemption 2 and whatnot, and Death Stranding. You just wind up playing all of these better games. And so when it comes to other stuff like Enshrouded, it just feels so small. I'm actually A-okay with survival stuff happening in Space Engineers. That's a lot of people have been asking for it for a long time, so it's awesome to see that it's finally showing up. And I imagine it'll be one of those things that you can disable at any time, just like everything else. Getting a little low on power here. Do I have any? No. All right, time to go recharge. Yeah. Uh-oh. I'm about to start suffering. Nope, never mind. We're good. All right, I think I am going to go ahead and just wrap this up. I know, 11 minutes, 10 minutes, but I'm just kind of hit wall at this point. There's still some stuff that I need to redesign that a little bit. Not too terribly happy with it. Not against it, it just feels like it needs some work, like it needs something. Other than that, though, I think we are going to wrap this up for today. So, pretty good day so far. We actually got most of the rebuild completed. Now I just need to get some armor on it, finish getting armor on it, get some more ammunition put in, and I think sometime tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Monday, because today's Friday. Monday, we should be able to get it finished up, and then hopefully go take out that pirate base if it's still there, and try and take that out. There you go. But yeah, so far so good. Getting some stuff accomplished, having a lot of fun, and then I am hopeful and also optimistic that this ship should be able to get the job done without too much fuss. I think one of the big things is that once we do get it completed and ready to go, I'll make a blueprint of it, and then make sure that the blueprint has everything that we need so that it'll be easy to repair, knock on wood. Other than that, though, that is going to be it for today. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along. You You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble and remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys later.